Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Xiaofan inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the third page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the sixth page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique's strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages, a first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, if Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare. Yet, with a top-tier advanced combat technique, a Flowing Water Realm expert could stand against Void Realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Xiaofan had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover, it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor only gave its wearer the power to face Refinement Realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. An advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenged their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn. In the past, the reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The ancient weather book only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members continued to hunt one Grand Lord ranked Thunder Elemental or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this. Without the threat from the lightning strikes, Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor, yet based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken, should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No. It is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the 3rd floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire, in particular, had to reevaluate their opinions of the guild. The various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' 4th floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, a deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence due to this latest information. Nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now, Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's 4th underground floor. Zero Wing. Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead even if they held on to ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flame Blood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled, "Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Star Moon Kingdom? Go, tell him that I will fulfill that request. Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Star Moon Kingdom entirely? Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had. That's right. Since we can't have Star Moon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Star Moon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished, even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations. If he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Star Moon Kingdom. I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flame Blood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius, to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner regions. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flame Blood. When Flame Blood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 mythic monsters had. Amazing. After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point. Flame Blood was stunned when he noticed the 6 mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful, they were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, mythic monsters were insurmountable, even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently. After seeing these mythic-ranked evil demons, Flame Blood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the evil god's temple, every race on the continent of God's domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the war god's temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely appear before other players. If he had his own mythic-ranked evil demons, though, he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4. After the evil demons had a chance to observe Flame Blood for a moment, they retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flame Blood? A middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flame Blood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flame Blood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flame Blood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the evil god's temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around him. The man was far more frightening than the last time Flame Blood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flame Blood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then, return and tell him this. The day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Star Moon Kingdom to the evil god's temple a while ago. Flame Blood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim. Others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the evil god's temple had activated, but as a member, Flame Blood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wing's team, which still hunted Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wing's members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us. Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wing's battling members as they searched for treasures on the 3rd floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone, yet Zero Wing's team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Xiaofan activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Beast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. Wonderful! With this, I finally have everything I need. Xiaofan could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient weather book's weather control ran out. System, you have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Xiaofan was confused after reading the system notification. Normally, synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed. Yet, the combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Xiaofan couldn't care less about the cost, however, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Xiaofan. Suddenly, with Xiaofan at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weather book's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Xiaofan. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Xiaofan's head. After hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the 3rd floor, a thick, ancient tome hovered before Xiaofan. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor. Compared to the normal lightning strikes, not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the 3rd floor turned toward Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet, now, Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Xiaofan. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank at the very least. An epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible. Setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was, even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura! Xiaofan was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the Lightning Flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it, a situation that Xiaofan had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome. Guild leader, what is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the lightning flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it. Nowadays, Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered a secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, the members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was. No. Xiaofan shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Xiaofan skeptically. She suspected that Xiaofan was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion when it dropped. Xiaofang's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Xiaofan, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter. Yet, everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion. Of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Xiaofan said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few. In the past, advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Xiaofan knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques, bronze combat techniques. Normally, secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Xiaofan had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the third floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Compared to a bronze tablet, a tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better. Although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques, only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Xiaofang's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was at all. As for Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique, they could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented, something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of a secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the bronze temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had. Now, however, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Xiaofan said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the lightning wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruins 4th Underground Floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them. At this moment, however, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a two-headed, three-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around -400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over -1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster! An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wings members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 1662, Edgeless Blade. An Earth Dragon? Xiaofan could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, Archaic Species, Inferior Dragon, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 270,000/270,000,000. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger, its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a Grand Lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000+ experts was annihilated. By the time the battle was over, the entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking. At this point, the spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Xiaofan and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Xiaofan's group moving past them, heading straight towards the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wings' team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. Multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Zero Wings' team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of two superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wing's members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the third floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though, I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before. Although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with, as this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now, the upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first two lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, they would be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would, hopefully, eventually allow them to defeat the boss. Uncle Yuan, how far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Xiaofan, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the secret pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP, hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way, we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tiexin replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wing's members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon. Guild leader, let's go. Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the third floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtledove eagerly recommended herself. At this moment, Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Xiaofan gave the command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Xiaofan said after pondering for some time. He then took out the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon Greatsword he wielded was already plenty good and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the edgeless blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the edgeless blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the edgeless blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the edgeless blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the edgeless blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the edgeless blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the edgeless blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Xiaofan dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat, "Alright, everyone get ready. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails. If nobody has any problem, let's begin." As soon as Xiaofan was done speaking, Zero Wings members charged into the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon laid before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire. When Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon, it stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wings' approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. Ha ha ha. They're really doing it. And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wings members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord-ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength. Even when it was suppressed by a magic array, a single attack forced a Tier 2 metric tons to retreat several steps and take over -20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over -30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly. Even without the constant threat of the lava showers, the Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' 5th underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wings' path of retreat. Now, it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beast's maws. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frostflame Breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus sighed, watching the scene from afar. Frostflame Breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team-wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wing's members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's AoE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wing's team before they could land a single attack. Seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frostflame Breath, Xiaofan raised his right hand, which wore the 7 Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays, which Frostflame Breath had formed, began to crumble due to a lack of mana started crumbling due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill? The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frostflame Breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players, much less boss monsters. Silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss even for a moment could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle, and most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills. According to their knowledge, aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier. After being silenced, the Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged toward Xiaofan. Having expected such a reaction, Xiaofan leisurely commanded, "Kola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Kola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle. To the Earth Dragon, the MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pests. "Come." Seeing the massive claw approach, Kola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised his shield and charged forward. Pang! When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest, yet when its claw collided with Kola's Titan Guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength! Kola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons, yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Kola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Kola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Kola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon. With an MT like Kola, their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20%. Seeing the ant survive its first attack, the Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw. This time, Turtledove received the attack. Pang! Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Kola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP, likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP. Immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks, Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Kola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's heads screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's greatsword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. Minus 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664, Frightening Team. Over 10,000 damage? How is that possible? I'm not seeing things, right? How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? The crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over minus 10,000 damage to the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around minus 3,000 damage each, yet Shadow Sword had dealt over minus 10,000 with a normal attack. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker, there should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment, but even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Xiaofan after seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage. They knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore, and they knew that none of them could deal over minus 10,000 damage to this Guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Xiaofan had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the Greatsword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret. Xiaofan said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the Flowing Water realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power, too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Xiaofan. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's Domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless blade. Seriously, guild leader? Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Xiaofang's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Xiaofan said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Xiaofang's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standards soared. If they raised their combat power to the flowing water realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's domain. They wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wings Tier 2 players dealt over -3,000 damage, with some even reaching -5,000 damage. When Xiaofan and Fire Dance joined the fray, the spectators were shocked once more. Due to the benefits from the Shadow Bloodline, each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over -9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power. Naturally, Xiaofan was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over -12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between -30,000 to -50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid great lord. As they attacked, Xiaofan sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon and use the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%. Following which, Xiaofan spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million as well. Xiaofan had no intention of using Disintegration Field as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, everyone within range would be subjected to the Disintegration Field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used Disintegration Field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer, Zero Wings members would. Fortunately, the 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than -20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives. To increase the team's overall DPS, Xiaofan had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers. However, as the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Not even Xiaofan had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Cola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the front line. When the lava shower ended, even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wings' team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wings' casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wings members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wings suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards, while the survivors were stronger. The Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%. 95%. 90%. 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute AoE breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Kola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wings members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Xiaofan still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wings' team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Xiaofan hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Xiaofan's command, Kola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly. Quick! The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Xiaofan realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over -16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out. With the decrease to the boss's defense, Xiaofan stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Kola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%. 15%. 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Die! Xiaofan activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Xiaofan had executed, the weakest had dealt over -200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. When the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wings members and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned toward Xiaofan, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Xiaofang's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that, he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss. No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss, yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System, congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. Rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tianxin fell into deep thought as he stared at Xiaofan's back. Zero Wing, huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Xiaofan closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes toward Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Xiaofan remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him. Normally, a team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items, yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Xiaofan's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective team's strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Xiaofan collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Xiaofan went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companions. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death, but before the various superpowers could take action, Xiaofan used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. They sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot. As expected of Zero Wing. They certainly react quickly. Yuan Tianxin chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the fourth underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the fourth floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the Guardian Boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the fourth floor's Guardian Boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected at the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruin's fifth underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild. Although they weren't strong enough to reach the fifth floor and subsequently, Primordial City on their own, they could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild, as well. As for purchasing these services from the various superpowers, they had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruin's fifth underground floor. After leaving the fourth floor, Xiaofan's group was transported to a quiet lakeside surrounded by forest. So, this is the fifth floor? Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone, rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Xiaofan instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every fifth floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The first floor would test players, while the fifth would allow them to rest. The fifth floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC cities' hotels. In the past, some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruin's rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive. But that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the first floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem. If a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin, they had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruin's rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the fifth floor. Only, Xiaofan currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Xiaofan opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped. Since he had been in too much of a rush earlier, he hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot, but even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the fifth floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the fourth to do so. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Xiaofan could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and 2 level 50 dark gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among dark gold weapons, good enough to tempt super guilds' peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers refinement realm experts would be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 dark gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Mad Gale set and the Elementalist class's Frostflame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Mad Gale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frostflame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Mad Gale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frostflame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frostflame Ring, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement, Strength 500, Agility 400, Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 45, Intelligence plus 74, Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice resistance plus 15. Fire resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frostflame Barrier, creates a Frostflame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire type spells increases by 20% and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frostflame's Descent, manipulate ice and fire type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frostflame Shield, creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frostflame Shield is immune to all ice and fire type damage. The Frostflame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of user's maximum mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality, as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frostflame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frostflame ring offered skills that covered both AoE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Xiaofan inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, curious about the loot as well. Take a look for yourselves, Xiaofan said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frostflame Ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guilds' upper echelons wielded such items, yet Xiaofan had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the items' price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame Ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Xiaofan didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a Tier 2 elementalist. I'm definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame Ring's skills are game-breaking, Cola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame Ring. As a Tier 2 elementalist, Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame Ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Xiaofan didn't share any information on the other items the Earth Dragon had dropped. Weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player, but it was a different story for the 2 forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold 2-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Cocoa and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The 2 designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Xiaofan had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon. Although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible, it still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Xiaofan felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Xiaofan was elated. The parchment was actually a hero's chapter. Moreover, unlike the hero's chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this hero's chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a hero's chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Xiaofan was extremely familiar with. It was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life, the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667, Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a hero's chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Xiaofan. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, tier 5 at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only tier 6 god-ranked players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, ranked 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful. Normally, even a tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 tier 5 players ganged up on him, yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used. With his mastery over 6 major elements, not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Xiaofan clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Xiaofan and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. "Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin?" "Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation," Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively. As many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the second- and third-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. "It's nothing. We just got to the ruins' 5th floor before the other guilds," Xiaofan said, chuckling. "What kind of cooperation are they looking for?" "They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Though, slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment," Melancholic Smile said. The bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Xiaofan began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later, he said, "All right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either, it will stand for all players." As for the guild's other requests, refuse them. Due to the appearance of the primordial divine ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the primordial divine ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secured basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret. While basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation, they did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance. Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market, thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Xiaofan said, chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the primordial divine ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits. Some improved attack methods, some improved footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public, then, Melancholic Smile said. After giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Xiaofan's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's domain's adventurer teams and independent experts. Generally, adventurer teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Xiaofan sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaofan received a report from one of the scouts. Guild leader, I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array, a scouting assassin reported. An NPC? Send me your coordinates. Xiaofan was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the primordial divine ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Xiaofan moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly, he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana, so much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Xiaofan was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective. In his previous life, while part of the reason why players loved places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, it was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques in battle. Combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, high mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's domain during Xiaofang's previous life. In the current God's domain, combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10 million. This was also one of the reasons behind Xiaofang's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public right now. If only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Xiaofan figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques here. Places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own experts. Guild leader, the NPC is over there. After Xiaofan arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Xiaofan found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Xiaofan tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks. Following which, Xiaofan used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector, hero, divine mage. Level? HP? / A hero? Xiaofan could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero. In God's domain, heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retained the blessing they received from ancient gods, therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone. Although seeing a living hero excited Xiaofan greatly, when he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Xiaofan set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared before Xiaofan and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Xiaofan felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Xiaofan a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, you can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Xiaofan asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: Normal, Hard, Hell, Azura, and God. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000, respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Xiaofan kept his expression indifferent, inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Similar to the city on Thunder Island, if players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Xiaofan was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded. In his previous life, when he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult. Yet, now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Xiaofan. I am willing to accept the test. Xiaofan nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Xiaofan. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Xiaofan shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669, Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Xiaofan tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Xiaofan wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others, who had just arrived outside of the magic array, could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances, Tyrol reminded. 3 chances? After giving the matter some thought, Xiaofan proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the god rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test, but since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank? Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Xiaofan. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures, identical to Xiaofan, manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them. 3. The corners of Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes, he clearly sensed that they were higher than his. Aqua Rose and the others, who watched from outside of the magic array, gasped and they saw the 3 Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords. To pass the test, you simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated, Tyrol said. After Tyrol explained the rules, the 3 Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly, they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Xiaofan. So fast. The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all 3 shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Xiaofan from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Xiaofan, each launched a different attack. Illusory Shadow. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Xiaofang's escape paths. To make matters worse, the illusory shadow attacks couldn't be blocked. Crap. Xiaofan paled as he realized his situation. Not even he dared to receive all 3 skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Xiaofan activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from its body. Xiaofan's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills, as well? Xiaofan was shocked, and the Shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Xiaofan could regain his senses, all 3 Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attributes soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales. With no better plan, Xiaofan continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar. For a time, Xiaofan was at a complete disadvantage as the 3 Shadows of Trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching 3 doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelganger's basic attributes were even higher than Xiaofan's. If they had to face 3 of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, Divine Steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Xiaofan gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the berserk skill, he darted for one of the 3 shadows. Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the Shadow of Trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier. Absolute Domain. When Xiaofan's targeted Shadow of Trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other 2 shadows also gained invulnerability. Giving Xiaofan no time to react, one of the 3 shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Xiaofan knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom! 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 Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if 2 primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Xiaofan slid backward. As soon as the first Shadow of Trial's Instant Strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Xiaofan's own Instant Strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Xiaofan switched the Aura of Earth to the Aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one Shadow of Trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all 3 were capable of this put Xiaofan at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques. As the Shadows of Trial weren't ones to be beaten, one of them activated Forbidden Domain as well. Suddenly, both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the 3 shadows ganged up on Xiaofan once again. Although Xiaofan's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Xiaofan into a defensive state. He was only one person, after all. If he tried to strike one of the 3 shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other 2. Meanwhile, each of the shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Xiaofan focused on a single shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious. But they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Xiaofan would be at a disadvantage once again. When Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining, despite Xiaofan's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the 3 shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670, Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by, and Forbidden Domain neared the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult. Aside from all else, once Xiaofan and one of the Shadows of Trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other 2 shadows could still use the skill. At that time, Xiaofan would have to face 3 shadows that could use skills while he could not. With the huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the Shadows of Trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the 3 shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Xiaofan also knew what outcome awaited him once his Forbidden Domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless, incoming attacks, swinging his blades at the shadow that had already taken 5 hits. Sword's Orbit. If he could eliminate one shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Xiaofang's desperation, the 3 shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Xiaofang's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Xiaofan did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the shadow before him. 1 slash. 2 slashes. At this point, Xiaofan traded blow for blow with the shadows. As a result, he was hit, again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Xiaofan frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the Shadow of Trial before him. However, despite Xiaofang's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Xiaofan was only 2 hits away from elimination, himself. Just as Xiaofang's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted shadow, the other 2 shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung towards Xiaofang's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Xiaofan could have killed the Shadow of Trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura rank test. Is it over? Xiaofan could sense the 2 shadows' longswords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the Shadows of Trial down with him. As the 2 longswords soared closer to Xiaofang's back and abdomen, something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Xiaofan felt like this test was similar to the test Rhinebeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Rhinebeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Rhinebeck? Xiaofang's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Rhinebeck. Right. Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Xiaofan put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest. In that critical moment, Xiaofan had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the nearest shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself, only coming to a halt after 2 more spins. He survived. Aqua Rose and the other Zero-Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Xiaofan had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. "This is," Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Xiaofan. "How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth." Existences that could set foot in the realms of truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City. One could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life-or-death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Xiaofan. Like before, the 3 shadows surrounded Xiaofan and attacked him from different angles. Although Xiaofan had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his forbidden domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now, he could only afford to receive 1 more hit before he was eliminated from the test. "Come," Xiaofan said with a hint of excitement as he watched the 3 shadows. Suddenly, over 20 sword lights surrounded Xiaofan, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using Sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Xiaofan simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Yet, something surprising happened again. Despite reaching his maximum attack speed, these slashes continued to accelerate. The 3 shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Xiaofan. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. Die. As the shadows passed, Xiaofan swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other Tier 2 experts from Zero-Wing were stupefied. Not only had Xiaofan blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the Shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Reinbeck had mentioned? Xiaofan felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Reinbeck had only informed Xiaofan that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Reinbeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment. Only, Xiaofan had never realized that the realms of truth's principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the 3 shadows of trial. However, Xiaofang's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the 1 shadow. Without hesitation, the 2 remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before one activated Forbidden Domain. Twofold Berserk? Xiaofan could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's auras strengthen. Before the enemy's Forbidden Domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So, the Berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him. After activating Blade Liberation, Xiaofan executed Void Steps and disappeared. Seeing this, one of the 2 shadows activated Skywill Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadow's attacks had forced Xiaofan out of his concealment. For a time, the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion, yet even after dozens of seconds, Xiaofan remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains, and when he did, he already stood beside them. Illusory shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscrossed slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the 2 shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Xiaofan from moving about freely. Seeing this, Xiaofan responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Xiaofan and 18 from the Shadows of Trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the 2 shadows failed to land a single hit on Xiaofan. In fact, Xiaofan only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3. 2 hits. 3 hits. 5 hits. The 2 shadows rapidly accumulated hits, and eventually, Xiaofan landed the 10th strike on both Shadows of Trial, killing them. Chapter 1671, City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero-Wing team watched the Shadows of Trial in the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Xiaofan and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many expert battles in the past and had even fought experts in the battle arena, but if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Xiaofan breathed a deep sigh of relief once the battle had ended. He hadn't expected the Azura rank test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the Shadows of Trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Xiaofan one thing. Aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control, it was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become, but if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth's principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future, Xiaofan thought to himself. There was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the 2 realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only, introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Rhinebeck's test. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth's principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were 2 different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one. Suddenly, Xiaofan recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Rhinebeck's test. Hence, Xiaofan should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Xiaofan thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth. A sacred land to train in the realms of truth, huh? Xiaofan had begun to give up on the lost town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now, his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the lost town is so difficult. So, this is why. Training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the lost town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's silent entropy and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the Boneless Land's lost town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult. As Xiaofan tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You are the first player to complete the Azura rank entrance test. Rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azura rank test, this city rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrol said after appearing before Xiaofan. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Xiaofan. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem. City Rookie Emblem? After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Xiaofan gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrol's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Xiaofan tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City Rookie Emblem, Dark Gold Rank. Primordial City's Emblem of Honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown, 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction, Yifeng. Amazing. It's giving me the authority of a bronze adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Xiaofan was ecstatic as he gazed at the city rookie emblem. At this point, the term Bronze Adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze Adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a Bronze Adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty. In the past, most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players had become bronze adventurers, let alone silver or gold adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Xiaofan had never heard of someone becoming a gold adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would bronze adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that common adventurers had no access to. One such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only, teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right. There's still the higher planes. Xiaofan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now, he did. Xiaofan immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way, with Tyrol's help, to the city. When Xiaofan arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. Chapter 1672, 7 Luminaries Temple. Many players were still fighting in the Primordial Divine Ruin, and the various superpowers on the 4th floor were preparing to raid the recently respawned Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. However, before they could begin, they heard the crisp voice of the system. Primordial Divine Ruin Region System Announcement: a player has successfully entered Primordial City. From now onward, after 500 players have entered Primordial City, the entrance test's difficulty will increase by 30%. After 1,000 players have entered Primordial City, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Count resets once per day. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its message becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. How did Zero Wing get into Primordial City so quickly? After the 500th player, the difficulty to enter Primordial City will increase? The upper echelons of the various superpowers stuck on the 4th floor revealed somber expressions upon listening to the system notification. Based on the system notification, they discovered that Primordial City did not have an entry limit. Players only needed to pass a test to enter the legendary city. However, as many as 800 Zero Wing members had proceeded to the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th floor. If the entrance test were not particularly difficult, then Zero Wing would claim the first 500 slots. This meant that the tests the various superpowers would have to pass to enter would become far more difficult. Due to the increased difficulty, players who would have been capable of passing the test might fail. This, in turn, would decrease the number of players the various superpowers could send into the city. Now that they had a clearer understanding of the situation, these superpowers became even more desperate to reach the 5th floor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing entering Primordial City quickly spread outside of the ruin. What? Zero Wing is the first guild to send players into Primordial City? Doesn't that mean Zero Wing will be the first to pioneer and explore the city? I'm afraid that it's not that simple. I've heard that only the first 500 players will face the normal difficulty entry tests, whereas other players' tests will be more difficult. The test's difficulty will increase yet again after 1,000 players have entered Primordial City. I've also heard that Zero Wing led 800 players to the 5th floor. It'll monopolize the first 500 slots. With this, the various superpowers will likely have a tough time competing with Zero Wing when pioneering the city. With that many of its members entering Primordial City, Zero Wing will reap a huge harvest. From what I learned after looking into it, it seems like it's pretty easy to obtain combat techniques from Primordial City. This is especially true for advanced combat techniques. Suddenly, more independent players from various kingdoms became interested in Zero Wing. Both basic combat techniques and advanced combat techniques were out of reach for independent players like themselves. The various large guilds treated these combat techniques like family heirlooms, and they had strict requirements for anyone who wanted to learn their combat techniques, such as becoming a core member and signing a restrictive contract with the guild. However, Zero Wing could procure a large number of combat techniques from Primordial City, and if that was the case, Zero Wing may have looser conditions for learning the techniques it collected. It might even make the combat techniques available to all of its members, rather than just the core members. With that hope in mind, many independent players, particularly experts, began to gather in White River City and Zero Wing City from other kingdoms. As players tried to learn more about the guild, Zero Wing posted an announcement on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. This announcement instantly caused a commotion throughout the kingdom. How generous of Zero Wing! With this, even independent players like us can learn combat techniques. But isn't 1,000 magic crystals a little expensive? Even experts will have to work hard for a long time to collect enough, let alone weaker players. You think that's expensive? You should see what the other guilds with combat techniques are demanding. Take Heaven's Burial, for example. Although the guild has plenty of combat techniques, anyone who wishes to learn them has to sign a very strict contract. In addition, members have to pay a certain price to learn each combat technique. Their price is only slightly under 1,000 magic crystals. It's better to learn the techniques from Zero Wing. At the very least, we'll retain our freedom. For a time, a large number of independent players celebrated Zero Wing's decision. The news excited many adventurer teams as well. Independent players might struggle to collect 1,000 magic crystals, but it wasn't any trouble for an adventurer team with several hundred members. When the various large guilds discovered the announcement, however, they fumed with fury. This was especially true for the guilds that had acquired combat techniques of their own. They had planned to use their combat techniques to attract loyal experts and gain an advantage over their competitors, but Zero Wing's latest announcement had ruined that idea. Black Flames means truly are amazing. Heaven's Burial is likely doomed to fall, now, Yuan Tiexin said. He could not help his rueful sigh as he read the report a subordinate had just sent. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, Yuan Tiexin said as he forwarded the report to Purple Jade. When Purple Jade read the report, her eyes widened in shock. She found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing would actually be so generous as to offer its combat techniques to other players. By doing so, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the various first-rate guilds that had acquired their own combat techniques. Naturally, Heaven's Burial was no exception. The guild's upper echelons would weep and rage once they heard about this. While everyone discussed Zero Wing, Xiaofan arrived in Primordial City's teleportation hall. The teleportation hall's main hall looked like a massive cave. The hall's ceiling was at least 100 meters from the ground. It also seemed like some kind of miniature sun was stuck in the ceiling, illuminating the hall. As Xiaofan looked around, he discovered numerous mana-operated elevators, which led towards various spatial junctions. NPCs could arrive and leave Primordial City through these spatial junctions at any moment. These NPCs weren't limited to the human race, including members from other races as well. The instant Xiaofan had arrived, both his mind and body had felt energized. The mana density here was no lower than that of Titan City. Players would definitely have an easier time practicing their combat or producing items here than elsewhere. Since Xiaofan had visited Primordial City many times in his previous life, he didn't bother to look around the teleportation hall like some curious tourist. Instead, he quickly left the hall and ventured to Primordial City streets. Primordial City was a city of legend. The city had as many NPCs as the most populated NPC cities in God's domain. There were easily over 4 or 5 million NPCs within the city at all times, which was more than 10 times the number of NPCs in Star Moon Kingdom's capital. Moreover, unlike the NPCs in ordinary NPC cities, those in Primordial City were at least level 150. Tier 2 NPCs were insignificant here, usually serving as gate attendants. Tier 3 NPCs, which were rare in other NPC cities, strode down almost every street in Primordial City. One would even find Tier 4 NPCs window shopping. After leaving the teleportation hall, Xiaofan summoned his demonic flame tiger and made his way towards the heart of Primordial City. Although Primordial City's layout was complex, Xiaofan knew the city like the back of his hand. After traveling for around 20 minutes, he reached a towering temple. The temple before him was over 300 meters tall and occupied enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. It looked more like a mountain than a building. This temple was also the most important structure in Primordial City. The 7 Luminaries Temple. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. 2 mechanical puppets at the temple's entrance stopped Xiaofan before he could enter the building. This is the 7 Luminaries Temple. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed entry. The 2 mechanical puppets crossed their great swords before the entrance, preventing Xiaofan from proceeding. If any other player saw these mechanical puppets, they would definitely be given a fright. Both mechanical puppets were level 200 mythic monsters. They weren't ordinary mechanical puppets either, but magically enhanced puppets. Not only did they possess extremely high intellect, but they also wielded domains. In other words, they were Tier 4 mythic monsters with domain skills. Even Tier 4 NPCs with domains would not be a match for these magically enhanced puppets. Furthermore, these magically enhanced puppets were only the 7 Luminaries Temple's gate attendants. There were much stronger guards within the temple itself. Based on Xiaofan's knowledge, not even Tier 6 God-ranked players would dare to act presumptuously in the 7 Luminaries Temple without losing their lives. Primordial City was one of the safest cities throughout God's domain. Neither monsters nor players dared to cause trouble here, and those who did were killed without question. Meanwhile, Xiaofan wasn't surprised to find these magically enhanced puppets barring his path. The 7 Luminaries Temple was one of Primordial City's core buildings. It was also where players could exchange their contribution points for items. But only players who had become adventurers within the city were allowed inside, everyone else would be stopped at the door. If players wanted to become adventurers here, they had to pick up an adventurer quest from Primordial City's Adventurers Association. After completing their adventurer quest, players would be granted a Primordial City Adventurer emblem. Players would only be considered a common adventurer in the city once they had this emblem, and it would allow them to enjoy some of the benefits the city offered. However, since Xiaofan was in a hurry, he hadn't stopped by the Adventurers Association to pick up the adventurer's quest. In response to the crossed great swords before him, Xiaofan took out his city rookie emblem and showed it to the guards, asking, "Can I enter now?" The city rookie emblem granted him the status of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. Although the status couldn't be upgraded, it was enough for now. If he had free time in the future, he could simply pick up the adventurer quest and obtain the real adventurer emblem. City rookie emblem confirmed. Identity confirmed. You may enter. After the 2 puppets inspected the city rookie emblem, they relaxed into their original stances and turned their attention away from Xiaofan. Seeing this, Xiaofan made his way into the 7 Luminaries Temple. The Seven Luminaries Temple's lobby was a beautifully decorated plaza. The scenery was spectacular. It contained areas where people could rest and chat, and it even offered open-air restaurants and bars. The food and beverages sold here were unique to Primordial City and couldn't be removed from the city. But the taste of these items was simply unforgettable. Even players who enjoyed delicious delicacies every day longed to dine here, but very few players could afford to do so. Every item in the Seven Luminaries Temple cost Primordial City contribution points. Neither coins nor magic crystals were accepted as currency. Meanwhile, a single meal here cost at least 100 CPs. Of course, players who consumed the meal would receive benefits that corresponded to the 100 CPs they paid, improving perception and focus. Unfortunately, the effects from a 100 CP meal would only last 2 hours. During that time, however, players could make use of the buff by renting a training room in the Seven Luminaries Temple to practice the combat techniques they had recently purchased. Likewise, the training rooms cost CPs to rent, with the basic training rooms costing 10 CPs per hour, intermediate training rooms costing 30 CPs per hour, and advanced training rooms costing 100 CPs per hour. To most players, though, this cost was astronomical. The system only granted free CPs on players' first visit to Primordial City, rewarding nothing for subsequent entries. Hence, it was very important that players carefully decide how to enter the Primordial City for their first visit. Aside from the first entry bonus, players could only obtain more contribution points by completing quests and through achievements in Primordial City. Xiaofan didn't bother to look around after entering the Seven Luminaries Temple as he made his way for the exchange counter. "Sir, may I know what item you wish to purchase?" an elven beauty behind the counter asked with a smile. Although the female elf looked like a simple administrator for the exchange department, if one paid close attention, they'd discover that she was actually a level 150, tier 3 great mage. Moreover, as a member of the elven race, her innate affinity with mana was incredibly high, making her slightly stronger than ordinary tier 3 great mages of the same level. Inside a minor NPC city, this female elf could easily serve as the city's magistrate. If this elven woman decided to attack Xiaofan now, he'd die instantly unless he activated an invulnerability skill in time. "I wish to purchase primordial souls," Xiaofan said. Primordial souls are extremely rare, so each will cost you 200 contribution points. We also have a daily exchange limit on primordial souls. Only 100 primordial souls are made available each day, the elf explained. "May I know how many primordial souls you wish to purchase, sir?" 20, Xiaofan stated. Primordial souls were rare tools that could help players when they challenged their promotion quests. They were also unique to Primordial City. Naturally, Xiaofan had to purchase as many primordial souls as he could afford now. Meanwhile, aside from the 5,000 CPs he had gained for clearing the Azura ranked entrance test, he had received a bonus of 3,000 CPs from the system, giving him a total of 8,000 CPs, so spending 4,000 on primordial souls wouldn't put him in the red. He also wasn't sure how many Zero Wing members would make it into Primordial City. Fortunately, unlike other players, he had the City Rookie emblem, which allowed him to earn CPs far more easily. "Alright." The elf administrator then retrieved 20 bottles from the spatial storage unit behind her and said, "Sir, as a City Rookie, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total bill comes to 3,600 contribution points. Do you wish to purchase anything else?" After giving the matter some thought, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to purchase 12 primordial scrolls and 1 teleportation stone to the darkness plane." Initially, he had planned to purchase advanced combat techniques after reaching Primordial City, but obtaining the Boneless Land's Lost Town was far more important right now. The darkness plane was one of the higher planes in God's domain, and the power of darkness on that plane was incredibly dense. Naturally, the monsters living in the darkness plane contained frightening amounts of power of darkness within them. When killed, they had a high chance of dropping a darkness stone fragment. Alchemists could use 100 of these fragments to synthesize a complete darkness stone, but their success rate was an excruciatingly low 30%. However, this was, by far, the best method to obtain darkness stones. On the other hand, if he tried to hunt darkness-type mythic monsters, the chance of obtaining a complete darkness stone was around 10%. When players in the past had to acquire darkness stones, they usually decided to do so in the darkness plane. However, as a higher plane, the darkness plane was extremely dangerous. With Xiaofang's current strength, grinding there would be purely suicidal. He only dared to do so because he had the Bible of Darkness. If he wanted to increase his survival chances in the darkness plane, the Primordial Scrolls were necessary. The Primordial Scroll was a super-rare scroll that could only be used in higher planes. Players could use the scroll to summon heroic spirits to aid them in battle, and it was akin to a Tier 3 summoning scroll. However, heroic spirits summoned this way operated differently from ordinary summoned creatures. A summoned heroic spirit's strength wasn't in direct combat. Rather, they tended to focus on support. They possessed plenty of support skills and spells that could significantly strengthen players' combat power. Like the Primordial Souls, there was a daily exchange limit for the Primordial Scrolls. Each Primordial Scroll costs 300 contribution points. Only Bronze Adventurers and above can purchase the Darkness Plane Teleportation Stone for 1,000 contribution points. Including the City Rookie discount, that puts your new total at 7,740 contribution points, the elf administrator reported, smiling as she took out the item Xiaofan had requested. Xiaofan then paid his bill, instantly becoming a poor bastard. But he didn't mind the huge expenditure. Compared to the value of the lost town, spending this many contribution points was nothing. He then mailed the Primordial Souls to Aqua Rose while he teleported to the Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. After Xiaofan activated the teleportation stone, he abruptly blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different world. The sky was dusky in this world ruled by darkness and death. Xiaofan felt as if he had just arrived in a small, dimly lit house, barely able to see 20 yards away. All he could see was a barren wasteland. This place didn't seem survivable for any creature. System, you have discovered the darkness world. System, since you do not belong to this world, you find this world's power oppressive. All senses weakened by 50%, basic attributes decreased by 30%, and gained EXP decreased by 95%. System, while in the darkness world, you cannot make contact with the outside world. Once you die, your soul will be directly expelled from the darkness world. 3 system notifications suddenly reached Xiaofang's ears, one after another. Even Tier 2 players are suppressed so intensively. Xiaofan frowned when he heard the system notifications. He wasn't particularly surprised that he had been suppressed. However, what he didn't expect was the degree of suppression. Not only were higher planes much larger than other worlds, but the discrimination within them was also more severe. His appearance in the darkness world was akin to trespassing. Meanwhile, the stronger the creature entering a foreign world was, the greater the suppression would be. He had also visited higher planes in the past. Only, he had already been a Tier 3 player, so his basic attributes had only been suppressed by 40%. Even though he had been fully geared in epic equipment, his basic attributes had only rivaled a great lord of the same level. His physique had also been considerably weaker. He had even had trouble against the various higher planes great lords of the same level. He hadn't expected the suppression on Tier 2 existences to be so severe. Tier 2 existences stood at the very bottom of the power hierarchy in higher planes. Even at the same level and tier, the higher planes monsters were much stronger than monsters on the God's Domain continent. This was because their life ratings were much higher than ordinary monsters, as were their combat standards. On the continent of God's domain, dragons were creatures of legend, but in the higher planes, monsters with life ratings to rival dragons were everywhere. Hence, before reaching a certain strength, players had an exceedingly low survival chance in a higher plane. Even though it was common knowledge that higher planes offered plenty of high rank and precious resources that were rare or non-existent on God's domain's continent, the various superpowers in Xiaofang's previous life hadn't casually explored these higher planes. Aside from the world's oppression and its monster's strength, the environment was the greatest difference between the higher planes and the continent of God's domain. Take the darkness plane, for example. Upon arriving in this world, Xiaofan had felt his body become considerably heavier than before. It felt as if the area's gravitational force had increased by 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the environment's power of darkness continuously corroded his body. Without extremely high darkness resistance, the ambient power of darkness would slay players even if they stood in place and did nothing. Not daring to waste time, Xiaofan took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. In response, a demon in crimson scale armor, wielding a great sword, appeared before its summoner. Blood Demon, demonic creature, Tier 3 demon. Level 80. HP 34,000/34,000,000. Demons were considered dark creatures in God's domain, so in the darkness world, they wouldn't be oppressed. Moreover, thanks to the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler skill, the blood demon had grown stronger. This was why Xiaofan had boldly visited the darkness plane. Every monster in the darkness world was likely stronger than Xiaofan, and he could only see up to 20 yards away. With such a disadvantage, monsters would likely discover him before he would sense them. On the other hand, if he took control of the demon, he could observe his surroundings through the demon's eyes. After giving it a try, he noticed the massive improvement to his range of vision. By seeing through the demon's eyes, Xiaofan could see up to 500 yards away. He discovered that he currently stood in a gravel ridge, and a group of 10 4-meter-tall dark scorpions roamed roughly 300 yards away. 9 of the 10 dark scorpions had 3 tails, and the last had 5. Moreover, the 5-tailed scorpion radiated a light purple glow. Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 65. HP 18,000/18,000,000. Mutated Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 68. HP 43,000/43,000,000. Had Xiaofan not come prepared, he would have likely ventured into the Dark Scorpion's detection range. If the 9 lords and their great lord leader had ambushed him while he had been so powerfully suppressed, he would have died very quickly. Fortunately, the teleportation stones that transferred players to the higher planes generally sent said players to level-appropriate areas. Even so, if he sent the blood demon to attack the group of dark scorpions by itself, the demon would definitely lose that battle. The mutated dark scorpion's strength alone could rival the blood demon's. As a higher plane creature, the mutated dark scorpion had a considerably higher life rating, after all. Furthermore, it had the support of 9 Lord-ranked dark scorpions to surround and annihilate the blood demon. However, Xiaofan had no intentions of circling past the group. He then took out a primordial scroll and activated it. As the primordial scroll activated, a 4-meter-tall elderly man appeared before him. The old man was semi-transparent and wielded a cane. Not bad. I actually got a great druid. Xiaofan was quite satisfied when he saw the old man. Primordial Heroic Spirit, Hero, Great Druid. Level 75. HP 15,000,000/15,000,000. Although the primordial soul summoned a random heroic spirit, all summoned heroic spirits were Tier 3. Unlike ordinary NPCs, heroic spirits wouldn't be oppressed in foreign worlds. In addition, they commanded plenty of Tier 3 spells and skills. They were the perfect support for players when grinding in higher planes. Any team that intended to grind in a higher plane would always purchase Primordial Scrolls before doing so. After summoning the heroic spirit, Xiaofan had the Great Druid cast a series of Tier 3 support spells. Tier 3 spell Forest's Protection increases the defense and basic attributes of all allies by 20% for 30 minutes. Does not stack with other attribute increasing spells. Tier 3 spell Nature's Blessing, all resistances plus 80, 15% damage reduction, and a 15% increase to stamina for 30 minutes. Tier 3 spell Thorny Vines, protect a specified target with magical vines for 10 minutes. Anyone who attacks said target will receive damage from the magical vines. When the 3 support spells affected the Blood Demon's attributes rose by a large margin. Following which, Xiaofan controlled the Blood Demon and charged towards the Dark Scorpion group. When the Blood Demon was less than 200 yards away from the Dark Scorpions, it caught the monster's attention. Responding, the Dark Scorpions lashed their tails and hissed threateningly. Not waiting for the Dark Scorpions to attack, Xiaofan used the Tier 3 spell, Blood Sanction. Immediately, 50+ blades of blood flew at the 10 Dark Scorpions with lightning speed. Even if Xiaofan were at his peak and activated a Berserk skill, he would have trouble blocking all 50+ blood blades. He would have to dodge or activate a life-saving skill to avoid taking a hit. As the blood blades were about to reach the Dark Scorpions, the latter's tails blurred. Dang! 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 A series of dazzling sparks lit up the gloomy environment. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had successfully struck down over 80% of the blood blades, while the weapons that had found their mark had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage. The mutated Dark Scorpion, however, struck down all 9 incoming blades, emerging from the exchange unharmed. What high magic resistance! The outcome surprised Xiaofan a little. A Tier 3 demon's Tier 3 spell carried immense power. Just one of those blood blades could rival a Great Lord's attack of the same level, yet they had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage after landing a direct hit. To the Dark Scorpions, who had 18 million HP each, the damage wasn't significant. During the brief moment Xiaofan had been surprised, the mutated Dark Scorpion screeched as its tails began to glow dark green as they lashed out at the Blood Demon. The tails had moved so quickly that Xiaofan hadn't been able to react in time. He had only managed to tilt the Blood Demon's body, evading 3 of the 5 attacks. When the mutated Dark Scorpion's 2 remaining tails struck the Blood Demon, its stingers slid through the demon's armor like a knife through paper, each dealing over -400,000 damage. Chapter 1675, Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. After getting struck by the mutated Dark Scorpion's glowing stingers, the Blood Demon immediately gained a debuff. -22,347. When the debuff took effect, Xiaofan suddenly found it much more difficult to control the Blood Demon, the demon's movements becoming sluggish. What a powerful poison! Xiaofan was slightly surprised when he checked the debuff. Paralyzing Venom. Inflicts 30,000 damage every 0.8 second for 12 seconds. While the venom is still in effect, decreases reaction speed by 40%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 30%. Effects can be stacked up to 10 times. The majority of toxins in God's domain only caused victims to lose HP over time. Very few could inflict a paralysis effect, much less be stackable. Although the Blood Demon possessed high magic resistance and could mitigate a portion of the damage it received, if the toxin was stacked 10 times, even the Blood Demon would fall in no time. Moreover, the toxin being stacked boosted not only the dot but also the speed reduction debuff. If that happened, the Blood Demon would have an increasingly difficult time blocking the attacks of the Dark Scorpions, which possessed considerably high combat standards. The mutated Dark Scorpion's combat standard was even at the level of an ordinary expert player. In the next moment, the Dark Scorpions launched another wave of attacks at the Blood Demon. Due to the venom, the Blood Demon had great difficulty defending itself. A series of damages ranging from several tens of thousands to several 100,000 appeared above the Blood Demon's head, its HP plummeting. The number of paralyzing venom stacks also increased from 1 to 4. Now, the Blood Demon was taking minus 120,000 damage from the venom every 0.8 second. Its reaction speed had also decreased by 60%, and its attack and movement speed by 50%. Even though the Blood Demon was higher leveled, it would not last very long against the Dark Scorpions at this rate. Thank goodness I prepared Primordial Scrolls. Glancing at the mutated Dark Scorpion, Xiaofan then commanded the heroic spirit to cast the Tier 2 spell Healing Wind. A light green gale immediately enveloped the Blood Demon. In the next moment, not only did the paralyzing venom debuff disappear altogether, but the Blood Demon also rapidly recovered the 10% or so HP it lost. In the blink of an eye, it was already back to full HP. Once Healing Wind ended, Xiaofan had the heroic spirit cast the Tier 3 spell Earthen Vine. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the Dark Scorpion's legs and bound the monsters completely. Although the Dark Scorpions managed to cut and snap the vines in their struggles, new vines would always replace the broken ones, greatly restricting the mobility of the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, the Earthen Vines also dealt minus 50,000 damage every second to the Dark Scorpions, and the skill lasted for a full 20 seconds. This skill was perfect against monsters without control removal skills. After the Dark Scorpions were restricted, the Blood Demon brandished its great sword and began exterminating the Dark Scorpions. Each of its normal attacks caused around minus 40,000 damage, while its skills dealt over minus 100,000 damage each. Meanwhile, Xiaofan also cast Flame Domain on the group of monsters. Although Xiaofan was suppressed by the world and his basic attributes had decreased significantly, the sacred sword he wielded doubled the damage he dealt dark creatures. Following which, damages over minus 200,000 appeared above the Dark Scorpions' heads. Moreover, the damage Flame Domain dealt also increased by 20% with every passing second. By the time Flame Domain ended, the Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had lost nearly 1/3 of their maximum HP. Xiaofan then executed Lightning Edge and dealt each of the Dark Scorpions over minus 200,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. At this time, the heroic spirit standing beside Xiaofan finished casting the Tier 3 Curse Star Fury. Suddenly, streaks of starlight started raining down from the sky and bombarding the Dark Scorpions. The might of the AoE spell was stronger than even Xiaofan's Flame Domain, each wave of attacks dealing over minus 600,000 damage to the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, unlike normal AoE spells, Star Fury aimed only at enemies within range. Hence, the curse did not do any damage to the Blood Demon. In total, 7 waves of starlight descended on the Dark Scorpions. By the time Star Fury ended, not only had the Dark Scorpions lost a significant amount of their HPs, but they also fell into a heavily injured state, their basic attributes, defense, and combat power decreasing to a certain extent. This turn of events allowed the Blood Demon to deal even more damage. Now, even its normal attacks inflicted around minus 80,000 damage on its tough opponents. Very quickly, the first Dark Scorpion fell to Xiaofang's group. Afterward, even after Earthen Vine's duration ended, the heavily injured Dark Scorpions didn't pose much of a threat. To make the battle more efficient, Xiaofan decided to have the Blood Demon focus on only dodging the mutated Dark Scorpion's attacks while maintaining its assault on the other Dark Scorpions. This strategy rendered the mutated Dark Scorpion useless in the battle. The Great Lord could only watch as its subordinates got picked off one after another. Only after the disposal of all the Lord-ranked monsters did Xiaofan have the Blood Demon trade blow for blow with the Great Lord, foregoing all forms of evasion and defense. Although the Blood Demon would get poisoned and receive significant amounts of damage from doing so, there was the healing provided by the heroic spirit. Due to the Blood Demon's all-out offensive, the mutated Dark Scorpion lost HP rapidly. 72%. 70%. 65%. After roughly 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, Xiaofan activated Divine Providence and landed the last hit on the mutated Dark Scorpion. Following which, the mutated Dark Scorpion let out an agonized screech as it collapsed before Xiaofan's feet. At the same time, the Great Lord also dropped 8 items around its corpse. The monsters here are really tough. Xiaofan breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the mutated Dark Scorpion was finally dead. Although Xiaofan had long since known that the monsters in higher planes were powerful, he had never imagined that the monsters of the darkness world would be as powerful. Just dealing with a level 68 Great Lord had already taken him so much effort. If not for him having summoned a healing-type heroic spirit, he could have come out the loser in this battle. With how powerful the monsters in the darkness world were, if he came across a Grand Lord, he would most likely have no choice but to run away. However, while dealing with the Dark Scorpions was indeed very difficult, the loot they dropped pleased Xiaofan greatly. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had dropped a total of 37 items. Among them, 15 were level 60 mysterious iron equipment and 8 were level 60 bronze equipment. The drop rate here was considerably better than on the continent of God's domain where Lord-ranked monsters past level 50 dropped only bronze equipment while mysterious iron equipment was dropped by only High Lords and Great Lords, and generally just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at that. Aside from weapons, equipment, and materials, the 9 Dark Scorpions also dropped 3 Darkness Stone fragments. The drop rate for the fragments was considerably better than what Xiaofan initially expected it to be. However, compared to the loot of the 9 Dark Scorpions, the loot of the mutated Dark Scorpion was much more attractive. Of the 8 items dropped, 3 were equipment, a level 60 secret silver cloth armor robe and 2 set pieces for the level 60 secret silver plate armor Dark Devourer set. Level 60 Secret Silver set equipment would be considered top-notch equipment in the game when players reached level 60. Moreover, the Dark Devourer set was actually an 8-piece set. The set's level requirement would be lowered to level 55 when 4 set pieces were gathered, and further to level 50 if one managed to complete the set. If players could equip level 60 Secret Silver set equipment at level 50, just the basic attributes they could gain from the set alone would surpass that of level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. Not to mention, the Dark Devourer set's other set effects were also plenty amazing. The set's 2-piece set effect reduced the damage sustained from Tier 2 spells by 40% and spells below Tier 2 by 70%. Meanwhile, the 6-piece set effect raised the wearer's strength and endurance by up to 30% when attacked. If he could allow the guild's MTs and Berserkers to equip the Dark Devourer set, they would be practically invincible among those of the same level. Aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, the mutated Dark Scorpion also dropped 2 Darkness Stone fragments. As for the remaining 3 items, 2 of them were paralyzing venom potions, which could be applied to weapons, allowing one's attacks to inflict a weakened version of the paralyzing venom debuff on targets. Each potion could be used 3 times, and each application lasted 30 minutes. Although the debuff imposed was nowhere near as strong as the mutated Dark Scorpions, it was still quite effective against both players and monsters. Following which, Xiaofan took out from his bag the last item the Great Lord dropped. This item was a crystal that gave off a black and white glow. When he looked at the crystal, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. It was one of the rarest loot available in the darkness world. In fact, it was a treasure highly sought after by players belonging to the dark forces. This was an item that would only be dropped by darkness-type mutated monsters. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Looking at the mutated darkness energy crystal in his hand, Xiaofan immediately took out a summon guard scroll and activated it. The mutated darkness energy crystal contained a special kind of power of darkness, allowing one to gain better control over the power of darkness. For players belonging to the dark forces, absorbing the mutated dark energy crystal would improve their physique and life rating. At the same time, the power of darkness they could use would increase. One could say that the mutated darkness energy crystal was similar to a bloodline but with far inferior effects compared to an actual bloodline. Even so, it was still extremely precious. Xiaofan never thought he could obtain a mutated darkness energy crystal just by killing one mutated dark scorpion. Dark players would definitely go crazy with envy if they learned of this matter. In the past, countless dark players had visited the darkness world to obtain mutated darkness energy crystals. However, extremely few actually got their hands on one. Unfortunately, as Xiaofan was not a dark player, the crystal was not as valuable to him. However, there was another use for the mutated darkness energy crystal, which was also considered by players as one of the most wasteful methods of using mutated energy crystals like the mutated darkness energy crystal, and that was to allow personal guards to absorb its power. Letting a personal guard absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal gave the said personal guard an opportunity to awaken and assimilate that power. However, the chances of success were below 10%. In contrast, if players were to absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal, they were sure to obtain that power. In the past, almost no player would waste the mutated energy crystals they obtained on their personal guards. Of course, there were always exceptions, such as righteous players who refused to trade with dark players no matter what. In such rare occasions, players would choose to give the mutated energy crystal to their personal guards instead and gamble on the small chance of success. Meanwhile, one of these exceptions had won their gamble, allowing their fine gold personal guard to obtain the power of fire. The result of this successful assimilation was a massive rise in combat power for the said personal guard. Afterward, the fine gold personal guard had even managed to get promoted to Tier 5. Normally, only dark gold guards had a chance to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Meanwhile, after getting promoted to Tier 5, the evolved fine gold guard's combat power was even close to rivaling that of Tier 5 dark gold guards. Back then, this incident had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire God's domain. Spending a mutated energy crystal to obtain a Tier 5 personal guard was a very profitable trade. After all, most players that absorbed a mutated energy crystal couldn't even reach Tier 5. Moreover, a Tier 5 personal guard was much stronger than a Tier 5 player. The only downside was the difficulty of resurrecting personal guards that were killed. Due to this incident, the various superpowers had also reconsidered their opinions on spending mutated energy crystals on personal guards. Meanwhile, since the mutated darkness energy crystal was utterly useless to Xiaofan, he might as well gamble it on one of his personal guards. After Xiaofan completed the incantation for the summon guard scroll, a summoning magic array manifested before him. A moment later, the lithe figure of a woman appeared in it. This woman was none other than Anna, whom he had not seen for quite some time now. At this point, Anna had already reached level 80. Her leveling speed was simply astonishing. Xiaofan could not help but acknowledge the questing efficiency of an epic personal guard. Her strength had improved considerably as well. Right now, even the level 80, Tier 3 Blood Demon was most likely no match for her. However, as this place was the darkness world, as soon as Anna appeared, a powerful force started suppressing her, causing her basic attributes to plummet. When her basic attributes settled, her overall combat power was no longer a match for the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaofan immediately passed the mutated darkness energy crystal to Anna. At the sight of the crystal, Anna's eyes glowed with great interest and excitement. Without needing Xiaofan to do anything, Anna started writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. NPCs were much more proficient at utilizing mutated energy crystals than players were. Hence, NPCs were capable of using every type of mutated energy crystal available. Players, on the other hand, could only absorb mutated energy crystals that were suitable for their alignment and class. Suddenly, a gigantic, golden magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. One-fold. Two-fold. Three-fold. The appearance of the magic array lit up the surrounding darkness brightly. After Anna was done casting the threefold magic array, she placed the mutated darkness energy crystal at its center. Suddenly, the surrounding power of darkness started surging towards the magic array, the massive flow of energy prompting Xiaofan to step back in fright. As the magic array collected more power of darkness, the aura it exuded also steadily strengthened. At some point, the aura grew so overwhelming that Xiaofan started to feel stifled. Even the monsters over 500 yards away unconsciously distanced themselves from the magic array. After the process continued for 5 long seconds, the magic array's horrific aura began dissipating. The gathered power of darkness then started flowing into Anna's body under the magic array's guidance. In the next moment, pitch-black runes appeared on Anna's body. As the number of runes increased, the feeling Anna gave off underwent a heaven-defying change. If in the past, Anna was an angel that represented the light, then now, she was a fallen angel that represented darkness. After runes covered Anna's entire body, she started giving off an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Xiaofan felt as if he was standing before Serena, the fallen angel guarding the world's summit, again. If Anna willed it, she could easily kill Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences with a wave of her hand right now. However, the horrific pressure lasted for only 1 second, then vanished without a trace. At the same time, the threefold magic array Anna stood on also started disappearing into the void. As for Anna herself, she had reverted to her original state. The only differences now were a dark purple mark at the center of her forehead and a hint of coldness in her aura. Did you succeed? Xiaofan could not help but ask curiously as he eyed Anna, who looked as she normally did. In the past, he had heard that a huge commotion would arise whenever personal guards used mutated energy crystals. However, those commotions were far from being as massive as the one that just occurred. In fact, even the casting of a Tier 5 spell wouldn't cause such a massive disturbance. Lord Count, it should be a success. Anna said as she looked at herself, uncertainty in her tone. Xiaofan could not help but fall speechless at Anna's reply. Immediately, he called out Anna's attribute panel. Anna, Yi Feng's personal guard. Class, Tier 2 Peak Class, Yin Yang Saint. Level 80. Loyalty, 97. Growth Potential, 113. Xiaofan was at a loss for words as he looked at the updated values in Anna's attribute panel. He had never imagined that Anna would not only gain control over the power of darkness but also class change into a Yin Yang Saint, a peak class. Moreover, her growth potential had even risen from 105 to 113 points. Anna had actually improved that much just by using one mutated darkness energy crystal. This was definitely a massive jackpot. After all, every point increased in growth potential would allow a personal guard to gain considerably more attribute points with each level up. Now that Anna had 8 more points in growth potential, she would no doubt become an even more terrifying existence in the future. Not to mention, Anna had even class changed into a Yin Yang Saint. In God's domain, class legacies held much greater importance to NPCs than to players. In a situation where both sides were of the same level and tier, an NPC with a basic class had almost no chance of defeating an NPC with an advanced class, and likewise an NPC with an advanced class had no chance of defeating an NPC with a peak class. After Xiaofan was done looking at the summary of Anna's attribute panel, he could not help but click to inspect her specific attributes. Is she a monster? Xiaofan involuntarily gaped in shock when he saw Anna's basic attributes. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Xiaofan was dazed for a long moment after seeing Anna's basic attributes. If other players saw Anna's statistics, they'd be surprised by how high the values were at most, but Xiaofan knew the implication these attributes had. A normal level 80, Tier 2 magical class NPC would only have around 3,600 intelligence, which was already far more than what magical class players would have at level 80, Tier 2. Even if a level 80 player were fully geared in epic equipment, they wouldn't have such a high attribute since every personal guard used epic weapons and equipment. Even the strongest magical class personal guard Xiaofan had heard of in the past had only commanded 4,200 intelligence after reaching level 80, Tier 2. Although there was only a 600-point difference, the difference in magic damage and maximum mana would be massive. In God's domain, the power of a spell heavily depended on the caster's intelligence. For example, if a Tier 1 player and a Tier 6 player cast the same Tier 1 spell, the power difference would be like heaven and earth. The outcome was due to the difference in their attributes. Meanwhile, high-tiered spells and skills only allowed one to display more of their raw power. Previously, Anna's intelligence had only risen to 4,346, and she had barely been able to contend with ordinary great lords of the same level in terms of raw magic damage. However, if she used the powerful skills in her arsenal, she could have easily overwhelmed a great lord of the same level. Now, Anna's intelligence had risen to 5,031 points. With such high intelligence, she could overwhelm great lords with ordinary Tier 2 spells. Now, I won't have to worry about needing sufficient help in the darkness world. Looking at Anna, Xiaofan could tell that she could easily stomp out great lords of the same level. Aside from the improvements they granted players and NPCs, mutated darkness energy crystals would force the darkness world to recognize their users. With this recognition, the world would no longer consider them an intruder and suppress them. This was why dark players desired mutated darkness energy crystals. Although dark players were members of the dark forces and contained a small amount of power of darkness within, the darkness world still considered them trespassers. The world would still suppress them, although the suppression wouldn't be as severe due to the power of darkness they contained. However, if they absorbed a mutated darkness energy crystal, they could proceed without any suppression. They could then explore the darkness world as if they were in their element. Now that Anna had absorbed the mutated darkness energy crystal, she, too, had been recognized by the darkness world. The world would accept her as one of its own, and she'd be able to exhibit all of her strength. Xiaofan then began his search for the next group of monsters. Although resources within the darkness world were abundant, this world didn't have as many monsters as the continent of God's domain. If the darkness world's monsters moved in large groups as they did on the continent of God's domain, players would have no hope of surviving here. Now that Xiaofan had the powerful support Anna offered, hunting down monsters like the dark scorpions was a waste of time. He needed to find stronger monsters to allow Anna to display her full potential. After searching for around 30 minutes, Xiaofan finally found a pack of two-headed dark wolves resting at the foot of a mountain. There were 12 dark wolves in total, including 1 Grand Lord and 11 Lords. The Lord-ranked wolves were around 4 meters tall, while the Grand Lord was double that size. Aside from looking like a miniature mountain, the Grand Lord-ranked dark wolf gave off an intense pressure. Two-headed dark wolf, dark creature, Lord. Level 67. HP 21000000/21000000. Two-headed Dark Wolf King, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 950000/95000000. Challenging a Grand Lord in the Darkness world was very dangerous, but even if Xiaofan weren't a match for the monster, he was confident that he could retreat safely if needed. If he weren't, and he settled for weaker monsters, he wouldn't be able to acquire the 100 darkness stones he needed even after 10 solid days of grinding. The Darkness world's Grand Lords had a chance of dropping complete darkness stones. On the other hand, only mythic rank or above darkness-type monsters would drop the stones on the God's Domain continent. That being said, Grand Lords in this world had a slightly lower chance of dropping them. However, he could use Icarus's heart to compensate for the low drop rate. As long as the Grand Lords had a chance of dropping the stones, it was worth a try. Xiaofan had only planned to challenge Grand Lords after he could summon 3 demons with the Bible of Darkness. He'd also be able to use another Primordial scroll in 2 hours. With 5 Tier 3 monsters and a healer, he had a considerably good chance of defeating the Grand Lords. At worst, he could always suppress his opponents with the Ring of Gospel. But now that he had a monster of a personal guard like Anna, there was no need to wait. Alright, let's begin. Xiaofan commanded once everyone was in position. Anna instantly began to write divine runes, chanting an incantation at the same time. A short moment later, 10 level 80 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians formed before Anna. A level 80 Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant had joined them. Due to the significant boost to Anna's intelligence, her summoned creatures had also received a boost to their attributes. The summoned creatures were 15% stronger than they had been previously, but Anna wasn't done yet. Following which, she cast Magic Strengthening, further increasing the Rock Guardians and Golden Giants' basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan had a powerful monster army. As the 11 summoned creatures prepared to charge, the old man beside Xiaofan cast enhancement buffs on them as well, strengthening the summoned creatures even further. Go! Xiaofan commanded once the preparations were complete. The Golden Giant and Blood Demon led the charge with the 10 Rock Guardians closely behind them. When the group of summoned creatures came within 200 yards of the Dark Wolf pack, the Dark Wolves howled with anger. The two-headed Dark Wolf King stood and glared at the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. Emanating a low growl, it pushed its paws against the ground and shot forward. The Dark Wolf King was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages and powerful gales of wind. The Dark Wolf King arrived before the Golden Giant almost instantly, smacking the Great Lord with one of its front paws. Pang! Under Anna's control, the Golden Giant raised its arms to protect itself. When the Dark Wolf King's paw collided with the Golden Giant's arms, the ground beneath the summoned Great Lord cracked and shattered, and the Golden Giant sunk into the ground. The Dark Wolf King's strength was higher than Xiaofan had expected, and despite blocking the attack, the Golden Giant had lost over 100,000 HP. Realizing that its first attack had failed to get rid of its target, the Dark Wolf King turned and swiped its tail at the Golden Giant. As the Wolf King's bushy tail moved, power of darkness gathered around it, turning the harmless-looking tail into a sharp blade that sliced at the Golden Giant. Tier 2 skill, Darkness Blade. When the attack landed, the impact sent the Golden Giant flying over 20 yards back. Following which, a damage of over -2,300,000 appeared above the Golden Giant's head. The Dark Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level than the Grand Lords on God's Domain's continent. Fortunately, although the two attacks dealt a lot of damage, the Golden Giant had 55 million HP, losing a little over 2 million HP was nothing. With the Primordial Heroic Spirit healing it from a safe distance, the Golden Giant could definitely withstand the Dark Wolf King's attacks. In contrast, the Blood Demon and 10 rock giants completely overwhelmed the 11 two-headed dark wolves that had followed their alpha. Even without any healing, the rock giants could dominate the dark wolves in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, they had the help of the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Naturally, Anna didn't sit idle. After becoming a Yin-Yang saint, she had gained more than just summoning skills. She now had powerful attack spells in her arsenal. Anna cast Holy Light Spear, a Tier 2 light-type spell, launching 18 holy spears at the Dark Wolf pack. Each spear carried nearly as much strength as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Moreover, the holy spears dealt an additional 50% damage to dark creatures. When the holy spears found their marks, the dark wolves cried in agony as damages of over -400,000 appeared above their heads. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaofang's team had wiped out the 11 Lord-ranked two-headed dark wolves, the creatures decorating the ground with loot upon their deaths. Now, only the two-headed dark wolf king remained, still fighting the golden giant. However, the golden giant looked miserable. Despite the heroic spirit's constant healing, the Great Lord's HP continued to decrease. Xiaofan had even been forced to activate Life Domain halfway through the battle to keep the summoned creature standing. Once the 11 Lord-ranked dark wolves had been dealt with, Anna began to chant a long incantation, writing many lines of divine runes in the air before her. Suddenly, a gigantic, silver, twofold magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. In response, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground beneath the Dark Wolf King's feet, enveloping the boss. Countless chains then appeared from the void and bound the Lupin Grand Lord. Despite the Dark Wolf King's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. A moment later, the Dark Wolf King released a pained wail as its massive body began to shrink. Tier 3 Spell, Chains of Light. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tiers. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tiers. She's capable of using spells higher than her tier? Xiaofan was at a loss as he stared at the towering light pillar. Is this the power of a peak class? In God's domain, whether they be players, NPCs, or monsters, all existences could generally only learn and use skills or spells at their tier or lower. The strongest skills and spells they could use were taboo skills and curses. Yet, Anna had just cast a bona fide Tier 3 spell despite only being Tier 2 herself. Xiaofan had never heard of anything like this before. Of course, one reason for his ignorance was that he had only ever heard of personal guards obtaining advanced classes. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a personal guard acquiring a peak class as Anna had. Due to the effects of Chains of Light, the two-headed Dark Wolf King, which had been over 9 meters tall, had shrunk to 6 meters in height. The chains around its form also greatly limited its movement. This allowed the Golden Giant to block every one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Now, the Golden Giant only lost around 80,000 HP after it received one of the Dark Wolf King's attacks. It was clear that the Dark Wolf King's strength had decreased considerably. After the decrease, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord on the continent of God's domain. The heroic spirit's healing was now more than enough to keep the Golden Giant alive. After Anna had cast Chains of Light, she proceeded to write another series of divine runes. Under Anna's control, the 10 rock guardians surrounded the Dark Wolf King. The rock giants then transformed into 10 stone pillars, and after Anna finished over 24 lines of divine runes, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff against the ground. Golden divine runes began to surface on the 10 stone pillars, releasing arcs of golden electricity that lined the pillars and created a magic barrier around the Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King's basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. The Chains of Light had merely weakened the Dark Wolf King's strength and mobility, but the golden magic barrier suppressed all aspects of the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Wolf King's maximum HP had fallen by 30%. This magic barrier could even rival a top-tier intermediate magic array. After seeing this, Xiaofan finally understood why there was such a huge difference between the strength of NPC's classes. It wasn't just a matter of higher basic attributes, but a matter of superior spells and skills. Even without the Blood Demon and Heroic Spirit, Xiaofan was confident he could defeat a level 70 Grand Lord with Anna's help alone. If the party had a strong healer, Anna could even whittle down the Dark Wolf King without too much exertion. This will save me plenty of primordial scrolls. As Xiaofan watched the two-headed Dark Wolf King, whose attributes had already fallen below a Grand Lord standard, he realized that he wouldn't have to rely on primordial scrolls to grind in the darkness world anymore. The heroic spirits players summoned with primordial scrolls could only exist for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Xiaofan only had 12 of these scrolls. Even if he used them efficiently, they would only last him for several days. With Anna's help, though, he could grind in the darkness world for much longer. Due to the magic barrier, the Golden Giant had a much easier time dealing with the Dark Wolf King. The Great Lord even began to trade blows with the Grand Lord, increasing the party's overall DPS. After including the Blood Demon, Anna, and Xiaofan's attacks, the Dark Wolf King's HP began to deplete steadily. Although the Grand Lord's battle recovery and high defense slowed their progress, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Wolf King died. 90%. 85%. 80%. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King's HP fell to 20%, it released a sudden, angry howl. Its two-headed body then split down the middle, each head taking on its own form. Division? Xiaofan's expression darkened when he saw the two Dark Wolf Kings. Bosses that had grasped doppelganger skills in God's domain were extremely difficult to defeat. Unfortunately, slaying bosses that had grasped division skills was even harder. With doppelganger skills, a boss's main body and its doppelganger shared HP. If either form were killed, regardless of whether or not players slew the main body, both would die. However, bosses with division skills were a different story. Each copy had its own, independent HP. This essentially meant that players had to face two bosses simultaneously. Moreover, when a boss used a division skill, all debuffs on the boss would be removed. In the next moment, the chains of light originally binding the two-headed Dark Wolf King vanished. The two Dark Wolf Kings then revealed a sinister grin as they looked at Xiaofan's group, their expressions seemingly saying, "You're dead meat now." The two Dark Wolf Kings immediately pounced on the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon. Gathering power of darkness in their paws, they smacked their respective targets. Both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon attempted to block the incoming attacks, but just as they seemed to succeed, the Dark Wolf King's paws transformed into shadows, piercing the elemental and demon's defenses. The attack struck their targets, and both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon were thrown over 20 yards away, a damage exceeding -2 million appearing above each of their heads. Before the two summoned creatures could regain their footing, the two Dark Wolf Kings pounced again, launching the same attacks. The prior scene replayed, with the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon flying backward and losing over 2 million HP each. As expected of a Grand Lord in the Darkness world. In addition to a division skill, it has an unblockable offensive skill. This boss could even annihilate a 20-man team of Tier 2 experts of the same level. Despite realizing the seriousness of the summoned creature's situation, Xiaofan remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly told Anna, "Let's see what you've got." Nodding, Anna's aura abruptly changed. The dark purple mark on her forehead disappeared, transforming into runes that covered her body. After Anna obtained a peak class, she had learned 2 over-tier spells and 1 epic ranked skill. Although she had displayed the Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light, she had yet to reveal her other over-tier spell and epic skill. The move Anna had just used was none other than the epic skill, Yin-Yang Power. Not only did Anna's basic attributes soar under the skill's power, but the strength of her light and darkness type skills and spells would also rise by 1 tier, to a maximum of Tier 4. This was the Berserk skill unique to peak legacies. Anna's Tier 2 spells and skills already had the power to rival Tier 3 attacks, but now her attacks were even more powerful than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Furthermore, while Yin-Yang power was in effect, all of her spells and skills would increase by 1 tier. It was by no means an exaggeration to consider Anna a level 80, Tier 3 NPC. Anna proceeded to cast the Tier 2 spell, Holy Light Spear once more, but unlike her previous use, the number of holy spears she summoned had doubled to 36. Moreover, each spear carried more power than before. Under Anna's control, the holy spears transformed into streaks of white light that bombarded the 2 Dark Wolf Kings. While the 2 Dark Wolf Kings happily bullied the Golden Giant and Blood Demon, the holy spears appeared before them. Even with the Dark Wolf King's incredible reaction speeds, they only blocked half of the incoming spears, the rest of the shining weapons found their marks. When the holy spears met the Dark Wolf King's tough fur, the 2 Grand Lords howled in pain. Each spear dealt over -600,000 damage. By the time the 2 Dark Wolf Kings had recovered from the holy spear's bombardment, Anna had finished casting the Tier 2 spell, Feathers of Light. Suddenly, countless white, immaculate feathers descended from the sky, decorating the area around the 2 Grand Lords. Anna, who stood outside of the rock giant's magic barrier, grabbed at a feather that had fallen before her. She then gave the feather a gentle pinch. Boom! 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 The hundreds of immaculate feathers surrounding the 2 Dark Wolf Kings began to explode, one after another. Although each feather's explosion was not particularly powerful and only devoured a few tens of thousands of the Grand Lord's HPs, the total accumulated damage was frightening. After a short moment, the 2 Dark Wolf Kings, who had only held on by a small amount of HP, fell to Anna's spell. Anna had killed the 2 Dark Wolf Kings so quickly that Xiaofan hadn't even had enough time to use Divine Providence and land the finishing blow. Chapter 1679, Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Chapter 1679, Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Seeing the corpses of the divided 2-headed Dark Wolf King reaffirmed Anna's strength for Xiaofan. Although light-type spells had striking effects against dark creatures, they shouldn't allow a level 80, Tier 2 NPC to overwhelm the 2-headed Dark Wolf King to this extent. Not even ordinary Tier 3 NPCs of the same level were capable of such a feat. The only downside to Anna's Yin-Yang power was its 100-second duration and a long 6-hour cooldown. If she could use this Berserk skill frequently, she could massacre one level 70 Grand Lord after another. When the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had died, it had dropped a pile of loot before them. It had also granted both Xiaofan and Anna a large amount of EXP. Although Xiaofang's EXP gain in the Darkness world had been drastically reduced, his experience bar still increased by a noticeable amount. As for Anna, although her EXP gain was no longer affected, the EXP she had gained from killing the level 72-headed Dark Wolf King was insignificant compared to how much she needed to level up since she had already reached level 80. As expected of one of the Darkness world's Grand Lords. Its loot is way better than an ordinary Grand Lord's. Xiaofan couldn't help his surprise as he gazed at the items before him. Past level 50, Grand Lords generally only dropped 10 or so items. Moreover, the majority of the loot would even be materials, and one would be lucky if they got 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, even the best of which would be secret silver rank. However, the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped over 20 items. Although the majority of the loot was still materials, the boss had dropped 5 pieces of equipment. 3 of the pieces were level 60 secret silver equipment, including 1 pair of boots belonging to the level 60 secret silver ranked Dark Devourer set. The last 2 pieces were level 60 fine gold equipment, one of which was a set piece for the level 60 fine gold ranked Fantasy Demon set. Although the Fantasy Demon set was only a 6-piece set, players could equip the set at level 55 instead of level 60 once they had gathered 4 pieces. If the full set were given to a level 55 magical class player, that player would wipe the floor with other magical class players of the same level. Only players with multiple epic weapons and equipment would likely be able to contend with them. 2 master-ranked potions had also dropped. Among them, one was the Mana Awakening Potion. It was a rare berserk potion that increased players' spell effects by 200% for 30 seconds. The other potion was a Resuscitation Potion. If players consumed the potion after resurrecting, they could recover a portion of the lost EXP. These 2 potions had easily sold for over 100 gold each on the market in the past. In addition, the 2-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped a Darkness Stone and 3 Darkness Stone fragments. However, what surprised Xiaofan most was a translucent crystal ball. The Detection Crystal Ball. This was a top-tier item for outdoor explorations. It was particularly useful at night, when visibility was poor. The Detection Crystal Ball could be used to detect all monsters within a certain range, which was determined by the Detection Crystal Ball's rank. A Bronze Detection Crystal Ball had a range of 500 yards, while Mysterious Iron-ranked crystal balls could detect enemies within 700 yards, and Secret Silver-ranked ones could reach 1,000 yards. It allowed players to avoid monster ambushes. The Detection Crystal Ball the Wolf King had dropped was Fine Gold rank, with a range of 1,500 yards. Not only could this item's detection reach further than the Blood Demon's vision, but it could also spot every monster within that range. It did not matter even if the monsters were camouflaged or hidden behind terrain. Unfortunately, it did cost 1 magic crystal to operate per hour. Ordinary players might not be willing to pay this price, but it wasn't an issue for Xiaofan, and it would be of great help as he explored the Darkness World. There weren't as many monsters in the Darkness World as there were on the continent of God's domain, making them troublesome to find. Since Xiaofan was looking for specific targets, his hunt was even more time-consuming. With the Detection Crystal Ball, however, he could save plenty of time and avoid unnecessary battles. This will save me a ton of time. Xiaofan smiled. Without hesitation, he spent 1 magic crystal to activate the Detection Crystal Ball and looked for his next target. Although Anna wouldn't be able to use her berserk skill again for a short time, Xiaofan had summoned another Tier 3 demon to assist him as soon as the demon summoning skill's cooldown had ended. With the extra Tier 3 demon, his party could slowly whittle down another level 70 Grand Lord even without the personal guard's berserk skill. In such a way, Xiaofan continued to hunt Grand Lords in the Darkness World. As for his stamina and concentration recovery, Xiaofan had used the life essence he had accumulated with the blood refining crystal to remain battle-ready. In addition, every monster he killed in the Darkness World granted varying amounts of blood energy, which he could use to create more life essence. In the end, Xiaofan grinded monsters for a full day without rest. With the help of Divine Providence, he had collected 28 Darkness Stones and 200+ Darkness Stone fragments during that time. At this rate, he should be able to collect 100 Darkness Stones in no time. In addition, he had collected over 100 pieces of level 60 Secret Silver and Fine Gold weapons and equipment. He also managed to complete 1 Dark Devourer set and now had 4 set pieces of the Fantasy Demon set, only missing the helmet and gloves. Although Xiaofan was in high spirits and more than eager to continue his grind, his many years of experience in God's domain had taught him that it was important to balance work and rest properly. Although the life essence replenished his stamina and concentration, it was more of a stimulant than a replacement for actual rest. If he wanted to rest his mind, he had to log out of the game. After returning to reality, Xiaofan planned to see to his basic training, as usual, maintaining his physical fitness. He then planned to make the necessary arrangements to expand the Zero Wing workshop. Now that the Zero Wing Guild was on the right track to becoming a superpower, and had acquired a city of its own, the guild would only grow as it moved forward. Naturally, the guild's management would become more complex. He needed more personnel to manage Zero Wing, and so, he needed to expand his workshop and recruit more internal members. But before Xiaofan could leave his room, the quantum watch on his wrist, which was connected to his virtual gaming cabin, rang. The display on his watch showed that the caller was Aqua Rose. "Guild leader, I finally got through to you," Aqua Rose said as soon as the call connected, sounding a little rushed. "Has something happened to the guild?" Xiaofan asked curiously. "Something big has happened," Aqua Rose stated. "While you were grinding in the darkness world, Heaven's Burial has been trying desperately to fend off the various superpowers surrounding it. It has even mobilized countless evil demons and evil beasts, but midway through the siege, one of the superpowers mobilized powerful siege weapons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The battle continued for several more hours, and after suffering immense casualties, the various superpowers finally broke past Ancient Rock City's walls and charged into the City Lord's mansion." "So, Ancient Rock City has been taken?" Xiaofan could not help but smile. He had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays precisely so that he could cut off one of Heaven's Burial's revenue sources. If another power claimed Ancient Rock City, it was definitely worth celebrating for Zero Wing. "No," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. "No? Haven't they broken into the City Lord's mansion? With the various superpowers' strength, they should have no issues getting to the City Lord's tablet even if there are evil demons in the building." Aqua Rose's reply left Xiaofan slightly confused. The various superpowers were recognized as such due to the large number of experts they employed. While Refinement Realm experts couldn't do much in a war involving tens of thousands of players, they could exhibit tremendous combat power in compact fights with a limited number of opponents. Even if level 100 NPC soldiers were stationed inside the City Lord's mansion, those NPCs wouldn't be able to stop every Refinement Realm expert from reaching the City Lord's tablet. The various superpowers have stormed the City Lord's mansion, but some Tier 4 NPC appeared suddenly and transformed Ancient Rock City into an evil demon nest. Not only has the city become a forbidden land for players, but the evil beasts and demons are also expanding their influence and capturing areas around Ancient Rock City. More evil demons and evil beasts are joining the force by the minute. Just some time ago, we received a report stating that the other guild's towns in the Orc Empire have fallen to these evil demons. According to our scouts, the evil demon army is spreading towards Star Moon Kingdom's borders. By the looks of it, Zero Wing City is the army's target. Chapter 1680, Evil God's Branch Temple. Chapter 1680, Evil God's Branch Temple. A Tier 4 NPC appeared in Ancient Rock City? And the NPC transformed the city into an evil demon nest? How is that possible? Xiaofan was stunned after listening to Aqua Rose's report. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind, and he could not help but ask, "Do you have the latest image of Ancient Rock City?" "Yes, I'll send it now." Aqua Rose nodded. The fact that Ancient Rock City had become an evil demon nest had frustrated the various superpowers. Hence, they had sent plenty of scouts to investigate Ancient Rock City's current state in the hopes of wresting back control of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had collected quite a bit of information from those superpowers. Following which, Xiaofan entered his virtual gaming cabin again and logged into his rest space. He could still make contact with players in God's domain from within the rest space. Once he had logged in, Xiaofan noticed the pictures of Ancient Rock City Aqua Rose had sent. In addition to that, she had sent video recordings and statistics reports about the current forces inside the city. What a terrifying number. Xiaofan was shocked as he watched the videos. Evil demons and evil beasts crowded Ancient Rock City, both on its walls and inside the city itself. Several million monsters had taken control of the city, far more than any single player could control. Based on the information the various superpowers had gathered, there should be roughly 3 million evil demons and evil beasts defending ancient Rock City. Moreover, this number continued to grow as time passed. However, the number of monsters within the city wasn't the most important aspect. It was these monsters' levels. The lowest leveled monster present in the city was level 50, while the higher leveled ones had reached level 80. Moreover, there were mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons outside of the city. Based on current reports, there should be more than 10 mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons protecting ancient Rock City. There was also a level 80, Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city. This NPC was the true Grim Reaper to players due to its Tier 4 domain skill. Based on the reports, hostile players that tried to approach this Tier 4 NPC would be transformed into evil demons before they could get near the NPC. Sure enough. Xiaofan frowned as he gazed at the towering temple in the heart of ancient Rock City. They sure are ruthless. They actually built a branch of the evil god's temple in ancient Rock City. The only way to transform a city into an evil demon nest was to create an evil god's temple branch temple in the city. If a branch temple descended, one could instantly teleport all of the evil beasts and demons under their command to the temple, essentially fortifying the city with an army. However, it was extremely difficult to get a branch temple to descend. First, the descent's target must not have any defensive magic arrays, and second, one would need a large number of precious materials and souls. Once a branch temple descended, the occupied city would crumble. Although it was only a branch temple, the density of the evil energy it exuded would be horrific. This evil energy would corrupt the land the branch temple occupied, and only a Tier 5 high priest or above would be able to cleanse the corrupted land. If the land remained corrupt, ordinary players wouldn't be able to survive there. Now that a branch temple had descended, ancient Rock City had been undoubtedly crippled. The city's fate as an evil demon nest was sealed. Becoming a guild city again was practically impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? The evil demon and evil beast armies are clearly marching toward Zero Wing City. Even if we petition the kingdom's armies to suppress these monsters at the border, there are too many of them. In addition, more evil beasts and evil demons join the march as time passes. On the off chance that the kingdom's armies fail to hold off these monsters and they reach Zero Wing City, we'll definitely be in trouble, Aqua Rose expressed her concern. If such a frightening number of evil beasts and evil demons assaulted Zero Wing City, it would only be a matter of time before the city fell even if it had a stronger defensive magic array than Stone Forest Town. Mythic ranked creatures marched alongside the evil beasts and demons toward Zero Wing City, after all. Even if Zero Wing City's defensive magic array could stop those monsters' attacks, there was a limit to how long the magic array could hold. Once it broke, the city's players would quickly follow. If they did not think of a plan to stop the monster army now, Zero Wing City would be finished. Xiaofan felt a headache brew as he looked at the dense swarm of evil demons and evil beasts. He had never thought that Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had grown so powerful that they could summon a branch temple. It wasn't exactly a simple task, and the price of doing so was unimaginable. This was because the branch temple was meant to hide the main temple. If Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had tried to mobilize their monster armies from within Star Moon Kingdom, even if Xiaofan had sat back and done nothing, the kingdom's NPCs would discover the evil god's temple within Star Moon Kingdom immediately. At that time, the kingdom would doubtlessly dispatch its armies to exterminate the temple. But a branch temple was a different story. Since Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial teleported their monsters from the main temple to the branch temple, it was impossible to track down the main temple before these armies mobilized within the kingdom. Meanwhile, even if the branch temple were destroyed, the evil demon and evil beast armies were already outside of Star Moon Kingdom. They would not teleport back to the main temple due to the branch temple's destruction. Notify Snow and have her organize the guild's experts to coordinate with the kingdom's armies immediately, we need to stop as much of that monster army as possible. Also, figure out a way to collect as many magic crystals as possible. Before I return, have everyone put as much distance as possible between them and the monster army. That includes other guilds members and independent players. Make sure they don't become sacrifices for that army, Xiaofan ordered after giving the matter some thought. The evil god's temple had been a constant thorn in the side for god's domain's various major powers in the past. The main reason for this, the temple members' ability to create evil beasts and demons through their defeated opponents. If a force weren't strong enough and tried to challenge the evil beasts and evil demons, they'd only become food for those monsters. There were two methods to keep its forces from spreading when the evil god's temple plagued a country. The first was to exterminate every evil beast and demon found with overwhelming strength, while the second was to destroy the main temple. In reality, the evil god's temples across the continent of God's domain served as evil energy transfer devices. When activated, the evil god's temples would send evil energy throughout the continent, creating a suitable environment for its evil beasts and demons. As long as one destroyed the activated evil god's temple, they could stop the transfer of evil energy. After losing its source, the evil energy that had spread would gradually thin until the environment became hostile for evil beasts and demons once again. Some of the weaker monsters might even die as a result, while the stronger monsters would grow weaker and become easier to defeat. However, the whereabouts of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple remained unknown, and destroying the heavily guarded branch temple in the Orc Empire was impossible. The only hope of fending off the monster army that marched toward Zero Wing City was to send expert players to work alongside the NPC armies, whittling away as many of the evil beasts and demons as possible. The monster army could only grow if it had sacrifices, it couldn't bolster its numbers without a cost. Understood. I'll notify Snow right away. Aqua Rose nodded before disconnecting the call. Not daring to waste time, Xiaofan immediately logged back into God's domain and continued to grind for darkness stones. Meanwhile, over 500,000 players had gathered in a forest at the border of Stone Forest Town's map. Among them, over 100,000 wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem. Every one of these players was level 47 and above, and they were all very well equipped. However, every one of these players wore tense expressions. Beast Emperor, I've prepared the 400,000 players you've asked for. I hope that you will fulfill your promise. Singular Burial, who stood atop a hillside, told the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had ashen skin covered in runes. The man also wielded a staff made of pitch-black jade. This man was none other than Beast Emperor. However, he was no longer covered in bandages. Relax. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Beast Emperor laughed. Turning his sight towards the player army at the bottom of the hill, he commanded, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1681, Brute Force. Chapter 1681, Brute Force. After Beast Emperor finished speaking, he immediately began writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array formed beneath Beast Emperor's feet and continuously expanded outward. Only after reaching a radius of 500 yards did it stop growing. The magic array then conducted a massive amount of mana that no single player would be capable of. When the magic array was complete, Beast Emperor stabbed the black jade staff in his hand into the center of the magic array, letting it serve as the magic array's core. Have them enter the magic array one by one. Make sure not to enter it too quickly. If they're too quick, the magic array won't be able to absorb their immortal souls, and they will end up hurt for nothing, Beast Emperor said as he looked at Singular Burial. Also, during this period, no harm must come to the magic array's core. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. Rest assured. I've summoned plenty of my guild's experts here. There's even an army of 100,000 elites spread across the surrounding area. Even if someone tries to launch an ambush, I still have a defensive magic array I can activate to hold them back, Singular Burial said, nodding. His gaze then shifted toward the general direction of Stone Forest Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swore, "Black Flame, just you wait. Since you dared to destroy my ancient rock city, I will definitely let you personally witness the destruction of the guild you created." Due to the various superpowers' successful invasion of ancient rock city, he had no choice but to turn the city into a nest for evil demons. The loss of this massive source of income had a considerable impact on Heaven's Burial's development. In fact, some of the major corporations supporting Heaven's Burial had already withdrawn their funds, instantly shattering Singular Burial's dream of making the guild a superpower. As for the remaining corporations backing Heaven's Burial, they were staying only because they believed in Lei Jingyang's and his own abilities. If not for the two of them, these major corporations would have drastically reduced the funding they provided Heaven's Burial. Hence, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the hatred he felt for Zero Wing could blot out the sky. Originally, the plan was to take action against Zero Wing. However, after the battle at Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial changed his mind. He also wanted Zero Wing's members to have a taste of getting whittled down and destroyed bit by bit. First, he would take away Stone Forest Town. Next, he would deal with Zero Wing City. With these two places gone, Zero Wing would lose two of its most important sources of income. If that happened, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, all Black Flame would be able to do at that time was watch as Zero Wing dissolved into nothingness while Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City fell into the hands of Heaven's Burial. From then on, Heaven's Burial would replace Zero Wing as Star Moon Kingdom's absolute overlord. Beast Emperor no longer made any further comments. Instead, he summoned a mythic-ranked evil demon to secretly assist in protecting the magic array. Compared to expert players, a mythic-ranked evil demon provided much greater assurance. After all, he had paid an enormous price to obtain the Black Jade Staff. Acquiring another one to hold another sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. After Beast Emperor was done dealing with the matters here, he took out a teleportation scroll and left the area. All he needed to do now was wait for the magic array to collect a sufficient number of immortal souls. Meanwhile, such a large commotion naturally could not escape the eyes of Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers. What's Heaven's Burial trying to do by gathering so many players over at Stone Forest Town? Could it be preparing to vent its anger on Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town now that its ancient rock city has been destroyed? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about. It's not as if we've never seen how strong the town's defenses are. It is even more fortified than NPC towns. Moreover, I heard that the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers defending Stone Forest Town has already exceeded 400. The town won't be so easy to take down. Hasn't Heaven's Burial learned its lesson from its previous failure? Maybe Heaven's Burial has some trump card to rely on. When the various major powers discovered Heaven's Burial's actions, they could not help but discuss it curiously. They all wondered what Heaven's Burial was trying to do. Vice Guild Leader, Heaven's Burial seems to be trying to take action against Stone Forest Town. What should we do? The Zero Wing members garrisoning Stone Forest Town were greatly concerned over this matter. Based on Heaven's Burial's actions, that guild was obviously planning on starting a guild war, only it had yet to make all the necessary preparations. Once it was ready, however, it would definitely launch an attack. Everyone in the guild is to avoid casually going out during this period, to avoid getting ambushed by Heaven's Burial's evil demons. At the same time, keep a close eye on Heaven's Burial's status and report back any findings immediately. Aqua Rose fired off commands through the guild chat. She also had Melancholic Smile strengthen the defenses of Stone Forest Town, building more defense turrets and moving more miniature ballistas to Stone Forest Town as a precaution. Currently, Heaven's Burial's monster army was already approaching Star Moon Kingdom's border. If Zero Wing did not send experts to help the NPC armies exterminate some of the monsters, the monster army's advance into Star Moon Kingdom would definitely accelerate. Hence, they could not afford to pull away those experts to deal with Heaven's Burial's player army. The only thing they could do right now was slow the advance of the monster army while strengthening the defenses of Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, the odds were that Heaven's Burial's player army was capable of summoning a large number of evil demons to aid the army in battle. If Zero Wing launched a half-hearted attack on Heaven's Burial's player army, Zero Wing's members would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, without the help of static defenses and NPC soldiers, players couldn't contend against the powerful evil demons. For a time, the atmosphere in Star Moon Kingdom turned awkward. Aside from Zero Wing, the other guilds in the kingdom were also making their own preparations for war. After all, nobody knew for sure what Heaven's Burial was actually trying to do. There was always a chance that the guild would go crazy and start attacking every guild town in sight. Although the NPCs of Star Moon Kingdom had already tightened its security measures against evil beasts and evil demons, if players wanted to have the kingdom's armies mobilized to assist them in dealing with these monsters, they needed to provide concrete proof that these monsters had actually appeared. Only then would the kingdom's armies move out. Moreover, the kingdom's armies would need some time to get to the battlefield. If their guild towns failed to hold out until the kingdom's armies arrived, then there would be no point in notifying the kingdom. Hence, the various large guilds had all started building up the defenses of their respective towns. Meanwhile, back at the Darkness World, Xiaofan had also started grinding Grand Lords with greater urgency. Now, he had 2 heroic spirits participating in the battle simultaneously. With the help of Anna and 3 Tier 3 demons, killing level 70 or so Grand Lords became significantly easier. However, Grand Lords still weren't available in great abundance. After half a day or so of wanton slaughter, Xiaofan had basically killed every Grand Lord present on the map he was currently in. Now, Xiaofan had a total of 52 Darkness Stones and 386 Darkness Stone fragments, which was still some distance away from his target. Meanwhile, if he wished to find and kill more Grand Lords, he had only 2 options to do so. The first option was to wait for the Grand Lords he killed to respawn. However, Grand Lords generally took 2 or 3 natural days to respawn. Killing the Grand Lords too quickly had left him with no Grand Lords to grind. However, Xiaofan couldn't do anything about this situation. Anna was simply too strong. The second option was to head to other maps. The Grand Lords of other maps remained untouched. They were all alive and kicking. The only problem was getting to other maps. The Darkness World was different from the continent of God's domain. On the continent of God's domain, players faced no hindrance when moving between maps. In the Darkness World, however, the maps had strict level restrictions preventing players from going wherever they wished. In a sense, the Darkness World was similar to the Ice Crystal World. Players needed to defeat the designated Guardian boss in order to proceed to other maps, otherwise, they would be stuck in the same map forever. Generally, players that arrived at the Darkness World using the teleportation stones exchanged at the 7 Luminaries Temple would not think of heading to other maps, because the map they were teleported to was suitable for their level, and just surviving in the said map was already plenty difficult. They would not even have time to think about heading to other maps. Xiaofan was definitely a unique case. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through, Xiaofan thought as he looked at the 30-meter-tall monster sleeping inside the canyon ahead of him. He then advanced towards the monster together with Anna. Now that the evil demon and evil beast armies were invading Star Moon Kingdom, he naturally could not waste time waiting for the Grand Lords he had killed to respawn. His only choice was to head to another map and hunt the Grand Lords there. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.